Hello everyone, let's play some 80 days. I played this game a long time ago. I don't really remember when the last time I played this was, but I remember that it was fun. So let's straight into it. London 1872. I have entered into the service of a new gentleman, it would seem. He is a gambling man. Gold presents an association with Cape Guy, directed by John Ingold, Joseph Humphrey, script by Meg A.M. PCM Mac edition by Ben Nicholson. Yomi illustration. Oh, I couldn't read them all. 80 days. London. I'm actually gonna turn down the sound a little bit. Oh. Oh. Alright. Why did it go back to being so loud? Is it because we're in the settings? Maybe a little bit more. That's so annoying. This? Okay, that's a little bit better. Alright, let's begin. My master returned home from the Reform Club with a strange gleam in his eye. Passepartout, he said, we are going around the world. Pack my evening jacket. There is not a moment to waste. You, Passepartout, now have funds. And new routes discovered. Okay, quickly, Passepartout, collect our things and we will be off. Right. What do we want to bring? There was just a moment to see everything further than I thought it might be for long. Maybe. Available in Budapest. I saw part of English wardrobe. Available in Vienna. This of interest to luxury print types. And I guess we want to have like the full wardrobe. Then can't bring everything. But the most optimal layout would be bringing these things, right? So we'll leave the Brazilian snuff. Our completed Englishman's wardrobe should help us negotiate times of upper class journey. Okay. Parts at 8. Right. What should we start with? I guess. I'm not sure which route we should go. I'm guessing. Starts before 9 p.m. Starts at 8 p.m. but arrives tomorrow. Can I talk to this guy? No. Alright, well, I guess we'll go to Paris. Yeah, because this will give us minus. I guess train would be good. Oh, just a second. My mom is calling me. Alright, sorry about that. I had to take a long break to talk with my mom. Uh, kind of bad timing, but it can't really be helped sometimes, you know. Anyway, let's continue. We left abroad the 8:25 from Charing Cross as the final whistle shrieked warning. Our journey had begun. I am fine, but we must converse, I guess. Greetings, Monsieur. What did you say your name was? What a curious ask Sir Vern about Paris. What can you tell me of Paris? I love the smell of the rain in the morning. I'm not sure where we want to go. Maybe we could ask about fish? I've never heard of such a thing. Okay, how about East? Have you heard that you can pick up a cord in Nice that will sell for a fortune in Sofia? Okay. Amphitrite Express rattled along narrow gauge rails to Dover, where its fins extended and it plunged into the channel. Monsieur Fogg made no remark as the dark water pressed against our windows. I thought it so marvelous at the time, but how many marvels were still to come? Then from outside our cabin door I heard a cry. I opened the door to investigate. Monsieur Fogg nodded just a fraction, evidently approving, though not feeling the need to undertake any similar action himself. In the corridor outside our compartment I found a young man with a dapper haircut and a brightly colored waistcoat pacing about in a state of some alarm. Can I assist you, monsieur? I inquired, somewhat puzzled by his state of agitation. You're not a thief, are you? The man retorted sharply. I guess I could say I'm a wallet. Not a policeman then either, he said, with an evident sigh. The man turned away and began looking around once more, quite hopelessly. You have lost something. My silver-plated cigarette case, the man moaned. It's worth a reasonable amount of money, certainly, but what I can't understand is how it disappeared. I was in my compartment. I took out a cigarette and put the case on the table, and the next moment it was gone. And you were quite alone? Yes, well, except for the lady, but she can hardly have just walked off with it, can she? And what lady was that, monsieur? I asked, as delicately as I could. Damn it all, I don't know, he exclaimed. The young lady sharing the compartment. She went off a few minutes ago. Is she coming back? I asked. I have no idea. I'm not her chaperone. He looked at me with a pitiful expression. I'm engaged. Ooh. Did I look for her? And not to the lady in question, I concluded. Don't say it like that, he snapped. You make it sound dashed improper. I will look for her, I suggested sensibly. The young man brightened a little. Would you? That would be awfully decent of you, though I'm not sure how you'd know her when you saw her, of course. He showed his whiskers for a moment. Perhaps you'll be able to smell the guilt on her. They say that happens. Uh... Hmm. Ooh. Let's look into a few nearby compartments. But while I found several passengers and some ladies amongst them, none had the aspect of manner which suggested a thief. But let it not be said I am not dedicated. And when I say I will do something, then I do it. That said, however, I do not always succeed in my endeavors. Despite hunting amongst high class and low, I found nothing. The lady in question had blended away quite seamlessly, and I could not root her. I returned with bad news to the young man, who was glum, but not surprised. A master of disguise, no doubt, he complained. Clearly, a higher class of thief. I left the man to his sighing and moaning, and returned to my compartment. Monsieur Fogg looked up briefly, as though to ascertain that the status quo of master and man had been restored, before disappearing into the folds of his paper once more. So we couldn't help him. Oh, I'm not moving. Oh no. That should fix it. I didn't even notice. Alright. We splashed up onto the rails at Calais and closed the remaining miles to Paris Gare du Nord quickly. As we crossed the bustling concourse towards the exit, I noticed the young man from the train once more. He seemed no calmer than before, and most eager to speak when I caught his eye. Did you find your cigarette case, monsieur? I asked. The man shook his head. But then as I nodded and began to turn away, he caught my arm, voice dropping to a whisper. But wait a moment. I must tell someone. I did find something most odd. A clue, monsieur? I suppose you could call it that, yes. So, saying, he reached inside his jacket and pulled out a most curious item. No less than a long-stemmed jet-black rose. What do you make of it? He whispered. It was a fine specimen. It was freshly cut, the petals a rich black with a inky luster. A most curious artifact. Suddenly, an aging porter guiding a luggage automaton rounded on us. So it's true, he blurted. She is here. You know what this flower is, monsieur? Talk of the papers, the man replied. Look, he took the copy from a nearby rack and shook it open. London police baffled as Black Rose thief strikes again. I showed the headline to the man with some excitement. He seemed to cheer up swiftly. Are you saying I've been robbed by a celebrated person? That's wonderful news. Gertrude will be ecstatic. Almost lovingly, he flipped the black rose into his jacket before skipping away into the crowd. Okay. Alright, the evening jacket could earn us well here. But do we really want to sell it? Interest to soldiers and luxurious type, worth. Oh. Leather gloves. Let's explore a little bit. Oh, we found a bunch of roots. Oh, that's cool. Exposition Universelle sprawl over the grounds of the purpose-built Palais du Champ de Mars. I can't pronounce French, I'm so sorry. Hot air balloons sailed gently across the sky, and the powdery light of the Gablocco candles gleamed invitingly. Hmm. I guess I was flooded with the memories of the siege of Paris and my own small part in it. It was hard to believe that only a year ago I had been. Oh. Let's be a cook. A cook feeding star citizen Latin quarter. Struggling with the ever dwindling sources of the Prussian siege we're on. I had made horse consomme. Consomme? Thickened with millet, sausages of rat with sauce Robert, dog liver skewers, and Moroccan spices. Stewed cat with city-grown mushrooms. Gigots of dog leg with sauce au poivre. I guess I caught the animals myself. I had laid traps for rats in the catacombs beneath the city. Chased starving, sitting cats down dim alleyways and wept when I shot bullets into the heads of docile horses still saddled and bridled. Back then I had thought we would fail. I had thought forever. Endless, hungry, and artillery fire days, a terrible, starving stalemate which persisted until we all died of thirst and tuberculosis, French and Prussian alike. But Paris had surrendered, and the next month the Prussians rode their horses through the city in victory while we ate Bismarck's grain and meat, as promised in the armistice. I looked at the gleaming, peaceful streets of Paris now and saw only war and siege. It dozed the fires raging around the city and resurrected the horses, rats, and cats from their slaughter. I scrubbed the smoke from the sky and left only a pink ochre of the sun setting. I snatched the Prussian airships from the air and muted the sounds of artillery. I resurrected the Paris of my childhood, its gaily lit cafes and dark catacombs, its boulevard of gutters, its poets and radicals, its dark-eyed youths with whom I had danced and kissed on the banks of the Seine. I promised myself then that this is how I would remember Paris. It is how I remember my city, even now. Where can we go? We can go all the way to Sofia. Where did this in Berlin? We'd get a lot of money if we... Oh, we don't know our route to Berlin. Maybe this would be good to have. I'm just gonna buy a bunch of stuff. Because why not? We have a lot of money right now. This is worth a lot, but I feel like it would be good to still have this. Oh, new routes. I want to get to Berlin somehow. And I'm thinking, if we go to Amsterdam, we would probably find something to Berlin, right? Tomorrow before 5 p.m. Is there something that goes now? Tomorrow. I feel like we should go here. Thursday party is not tomorrow. Man, we're gonna lose a day. Everything, we have to sleep for everything, huh? Alright, then let's sleep. We'll pass the night here. We took a hotel for the night. We'll be comfortable here, Monsieur Fogg remarked, but traveling overnight will often be more efficient, so we must board the longest journeys available. Perhaps, he replied. Still, the surrounds of the Hotel Ritz are enjoyable. Alright, then let's go Amsterdam. Have space for one. Let's hire a second car. Go. We found a member of the Coachmakers Guild to carry us to Amsterdam. He loaded the cases onto the back, broke the boiler, and took off at high speed along the coastal road, steering around each corner with considerable skill, and I think a touch of showmanship. I clung on tight. This would be a terrific ride. Converse. Greetings, driver. I cannot drive well if you are talking to me. Ask about Amsterdam. How these teams in Amsterdam, Berlin. Do be quiet. Frog. Well, don't you? Well, sorry. Once or twice, the metal-rimmed wheels lifted the chassis clear from the road on one side, only to bump down after a shuff and puff more of the engine. We were jolted around like so much poultry as the wind whipped through our hair. A fabulous way to travel. The Polish inventor Bosek, who had first attached a perfectly decent locomotive engine underneath a flimsy wooden crate, was clearly a genius. Such cars were growing in popularity, starting from their use in farmsteads and extended up through the classes. It was said the King of Sweden now drove one. It was said such contests would soon be privately, and not just by members of the Coachmakers Guild. As we rode along, I spoke to our driver about what lay ahead and learned that one could travel by private car from Munich to Vienna, but the journey was a tiring one. See. Oh. Shaving kit. Lost Rembrandt. A lost sketch. That's worth a lot. Wait, I need to check. Oh, I guess I'll explore. New routes. Yes, there's one to Berlin. And one to Munich. All the people of Amsterdam move about in canal side streets with a sense of optimism and cheer. Our own mission left little time for exchanging pleasantries. I found a street peddler who greeted me with a cheerful smile beneath a caterpillar-like mustache. We are going around the world. What's the fastest way on from here? I asked. Car, I suppose. The roads are good. The canals used to be better, but now they seem almost out of date, he sighed. It is a curse to be rich in the past, but by the time the future rolls around, you are poor again. Maybe you'll be rich again sometimes, I remarked. More from sheer optimism than any true conviction. The peddler reached into his pocket. Buy an apple, £1. I bought it and took it with a smile. What's the cheapest way out of the city? I asked. He mused. Most likely the hydrofoil heading north Norway, he shrugged. It is fine enough if you don't mind being jolted about. Is Norway worth visiting? He shrugged and made a vague gesture. I hear the Norwegians are moving underground. Who knows? They have strange ways over there. There was, of course, the route following the canal south, in particular the route towards the Rhine. Though I feared that to end up in Munich after nearly a week of travel would hardly please my hard-driving master. So many choices. All that remained was to choose how best to depart. Your funds have gone down. Well, our plan is to go to Berlin. Oh, but Munich. The market doesn't. So expensive. Let's see. All right. Guess we have to stay in a hotel again. With what remained of the day, I starched the colors of her shirts to ensure everything was shipshape for our upcoming departure. Later that evening, I returned to my room in time to see someone leaving. I called to them, but without turning, they began to run. I gave chase, but although I am a healthy man of relative few years and capable, in a pinch, of some exertion, this mysterious character was fleeter yet, and as I turned the corner, they had vanished into thin air. I was more concerned about our belongings, so I returned to the room, but was relieved to find nothing from our belongings appeared to be missing. had been lucky this time at least. Want to go to Berlin? I guess because we already have all of this. Well, let's go to Berlin. What? Did I miss it? Are you serious? Oh, that sucks. I guess... I guess I'll sell this here and buy this. And we'll go. Oh man, you have to be quick in this game, huh? Reward a small barge docked by the canal side. Monsieur Fogg appeared skeptical. Our goal, he reminded me, is to circumnavigate the entire globe in less than 3 months. This boat, to me, looks capable of less than walking speed. I assured him we would make swift progress, though I was not sure how I would arrange it. Very good, he replied, accepting my word on the matter. The rope was released and we took off from the bank, and began very slowly to pace our way down the river. Artifice expedition rumored for North Pole. Yeah, this is taking so long. There must, my master reflected thoughtfully, be some way to make this barge move a little faster. It is powered after all. Indeed, there is a boiler and a paddle, he nodded. See to it. I opened my mouth and closed it again. There was no use arguing with him. I left the cabin and went up on deck. It was certainly true that we were crawling. We had left the canal, enjoyed the Rhine, and working against the current, the boat seeming to barely move at all. I went to look at the boiler, but it seemed to me a most simple affair. Coal in, steam out, and only so much coal would fit. I went to talk to the barge pilot. While revealing my purpose might make her uncomfortable, it was possible she knew a way to achieve my master's goal. How does this barge work? The pilot shrugged. It's steam powered, obviously. There's a paddle wheel underneath. I think that's it. What's the fastest this boat can go? About this fast, she replied. You can do a little more if you shut the flue on the boiler and keep the steam in. Then we must do that. She shook her head. You can, but after an hour or so the boiler overheats and the pipes come loose from the paddles, and then you have to wait for it to cool down. So it's only really good for nipping through a closing lock. I nodded. It seemed my master's wish could not be fulfilled. I went to the prow to consider the matter and ended up staring into the water, lost in thought. Your character is now dependable. I guess that's good. Let's converse. Greetings, Skirt. Good day. I am the pilot, yes. Inconvenient. I understand one can travel by private car from Unity, but the journey is tiring one. On the subject of cars, I've heard you can go to Cairo from Alexandria by private car, but the journey is a tiring one. Let's talk about like Bucharest. This in my timetable that one can travel from Vienna to Bucharest. You mentioned trains. I've been told I knew a man who used to work about the foreign train from Syritsin to Astrakhan. Um, Astrakhan. What more can you tell me about Astrakhan? You might be interested that the quickest way to Astrakhan from here is through Minsk. Do tell me more about Minsk. Minsk is really very cold. Okay. Oh. Alright. I was attending to Monsieur Fogg, attempting to console him on his disappointment at the barge still steady speed, when the barge pilot knocked at the door. I beg your pardons, Monsieur and Monsieur. She doffed her rough cap. But your word about speed yesterday got me thinking, and there is a way to make this tug pull faster. I glanced at Monsieur Fogg, who was taking the triumphant moment in his stride. We simply need someone opening and closing the flue on the boiler every few minutes, the woman continued. Close to build up pressure, a burst of speed, then open the release again. If we keep it up all day, we should be in Munich by nightfall. It seemed an excellent idea, and I was happy to help. I piloted the boat while the pilot tended to the boiler, and her timing was perfect. We arrived in at nightfall. Nice. Then let's go here. Sell this. I don't know what that means. So I don't think we need to explore. Although this is tiring. But let's go. For inexplicable reasons, there was no way to board the Orient Express at Munich. Something strange to do with custom laws, though I understand it was actually written. I had little interest in such matters, since alternative transport was not difficult to find. We ended up cramming ourselves into a steam-powered car instead and shuffling along. Your character is now organized. Let's converse. Greetings, driver. Yes, hello. How can we get... Or can you tell me more about Vienna? Not for me, I think. So tell me about Vienna. According to me, connect to Bucharest. Speaking of trains, and so Minsk can be reached from St. Petersburg aboard the St. Petersburg Express, but the journey is a tiring one. Well, Minsk. Oh, the quickest way to Minsk from here is via Warsaw. What can you tell me about Warsaw? So collectors in Budapest will pay extraordinary prices for hunting rivals. Okay. It was a pleasant enough ride, and our driver, one Michael Hurt, regaled us with stories of his time on the Indian subcontinent. It seemed he had been employed to haul palanquins along the Grand Trunk Road connecting Kabul and Agra. Before Agra wandered away, his whole tale seemed. I demanded to know what he meant, but he merely grinned mysteriously and said, "Ah, the tales I could tell." As we arrived, the driver put out his hand to shake. "I will be driving on the Budapest soon if you want." Oh. That's... Oh, that's good. Okay, can we buy anything? Let's buy that. I'm not sure. We might. Don't really... Oh, the oil paints. Sell them. Buy... Oh. Then art. I'm trying to be a little bit quicker so that we don't miss our transportation method. We hired our friend Michael for the journey onward from Vienna to Budapest. The road followed the rail tracks for much of the way, but we saw no trains as we shuffled along. Let's attend to him. Thank you, man, I feel better. We arrived in the evening without incident. Some of our positions could earn us well here. I'm thinking that after this we go to Bucharest. And when we're there, we'll hopefully find something that goes to Odessa, and then to Tsaritsyn, then to Astrakhan, and then like this way here. I think would be good. But for now, we'll stay at a hotel. A dusty-jacketed Englishman at our hotel recommended a restaurant called Clement's to Monster Fog. The Magyars make an excellent broth, he promised. Ominous words indeed. I had never really been one for advice from dusty-jacketed fellows, nor for that matter Englishmen. On the subject of gustation, Monsieur Fogg was set on the matter. However, I could not argue and decided instead to sulk gently, I guess, in the manner of a whale-trailed chambermaid. We settled to dinner at Clement, where our soup arrived in a gleaming silver tureen. My master, a man of impeccable high standards, even remarked upon the tureen's flawless polish, at which point it exploded, splattering myself, Monsieur Fogg, and an extremely bewildered waiter in admittedly delicious salmon broth. A fellow diner had been struck by the edge of the tureen lid and was bleeding from the temple. Should I help my master? Should I help this stranger? I guess I attend to my master, who looked remarkably unperturbed by the entire affair. Perhaps in England, exploding entrees were commonplace. The head chef had, by this time, emerged from the kitchen. He pointed towards the wall and began a voluble rant which needed little translation. The broth had splattered the ivory wall in the intricately curved shape of a lily, unmistakably the symbol of the Artificers Guild. I examined the ruined tureen. Right at the bottom was a tiny automaton, the size and shape of a scarab beetle. It was rather clogged with soup and a bit dented, but its metal legs were still kicking. Jerry was responsible for the symbolically exploding soup. I showed it to the waiter, whose face immediately darkened. The Artificers Guild, he muttered. Kurvasvar. Kurvasar? That seems like a swear. They have gone too far this time. I looked around at the chaos caused by a single bowl of exploding soup. What did you do to the guild? Our waiter sighed. They were banned by the Emperor so we could make our own imperial automata outside of their control. The guild is growing more vocal in its objections. Personally, I thought that Guild was growing heavy-handed. It was one thing to have a political dispute state about the productions of automata. It was quite another to start ruining perfectly delicious dinners. We stay for the main course? We stayed for the main course, but did not enjoy it. The incident had rather shaken my confidence, and I could see even my master was concerned. How many more exploding broths could our precarious journey survive? Once I've gone down a little, your character is now courageous. Alright, then let's go to Bucharest. Higher speed. We have the money. We boarded the Orient Express at Bucharest. If the rest of the journey could be conducted in such comfort. But I see dark in adventure does not wait, and it does not provide cushion. The relation with fog has strengthened slightly. Character is now zestful. Let's converse. Now, what do you know about Bucharest? Old Bucharest is linked to Thessaloniki. Acid one. Do tell me more about Thessaloniki. It's named after the house sister of Alexander the Great. But answer me this: the Orient Express is a fine train, is it not? Indeed. The very finest. I am proud to serve abroad here, let me tell you. Tell me more about Bucharest. Bucharest, Odessa. Indeed, Bucharest is linked to Odessa abroad, the freight train. Tell me about Odessa. Odessa is a cool place. Say goodbye. Nice. Oh. I retreated to the dining car to keep out of Monsieur Fogg's way. It was empty, but for a mechanical soldier who stood to attention near the door. He had an odd expression. Were he human? I would have sworn it was. If emanating from those enamel eyes, but it must have been a trick of the paint. I leaned closer and said bonjour in a bright voice. The automatons said nothing in response. They are most curious devices. Let's attend. Log. The next day was short and we arrived at Bucharest before noon and without incident. But as we disembarked from the train, a loud commotion on the platform. A young man staggered across the concourse towards us, clutching something to his chest. I stepped neatly aside and he plunged past me, tripping and stumbling. Finally, with a terrible cry, he pitched onto his face and did not move again. A swarm of train guards massed over him and he was lost from view. How dreadful, I exclaimed to Monsieur Fogg, who looked back at me, clearly somewhat put out. Probably did not have a ticket, he said stiffly. This way, Passepartout. Now we are missing our shirt. Not great. Oh. Get. Would be good. Oh. Odessa. Tomorrow. Can't go there right. So, Astrakhan. Are we going there? Yeah. That's the plan at least. So, that's good. I guess since we don't have... Does it matter if we only have 2 parts of it? I don't think so, right? It still gives us like a little bit of a bonus. I don't think I need this one anymore. Right? Because we're going here. We already know the way there. We're going there, so we could buy that. Yeah. And we'll sleep. Man, I feel like we're not making a lot of progress. Mr. Fogg informed me that Bucharest was known rather widely as Little Paris. He was most certainly trying to make me feel at home, though my Frenchman's pride bristled a little at the comparison. I took an evening stroll from the hotel through the main boulevard of Bucharest. Total August. Oh, how do I pronounce this? Mogosawe? It was paved in small cobbles rather than macadam asphalt, but was lined with gas lamps in the latest German style. Gentlemen and ladies paraded their stylish sprung carriages up and down the avenue. It was undeniably charming. But no Champs-Élysées. No matter what Monsieur Fogg might think. At the furthest point of my walk, I passed a lamp cunningly fashioned in the shape of a lily. This was the output of the Artificers Guild here in Bucharest. Should I talk to them? I tried the door, but it was locked. And the lights inside were dimmed. Strange. The hour was not so late, I thought. Relations with Fog have strange. Alright, then when does this go? 12 p.m. So I could... let's go. Let's just go. Bucharest was on the main line of the Orient Express, but its stations saw numerous others services go in and out, so many so that I could not work out which one went to Odessa. But with a little standing around and tipping my hat, I made the acquaintance of the station master, an old goat whose accent was almost incomprehensibly thick. I attempted to inveigle myself with him, complimenting his mustaches, his hat, even the manner in which he raised and lowered his flag, but to no great avail. In the end, I was forced to pick a train somewhat on a whim and smuggle myself, Monsieur Fogg, and our 2 cases aboard. Oh no. Yes, we boarded the one painted with an anchor. It turned out to be destined for Odessa as hoped. The whistle blew and we rattled away. Oh my god, if we didn't pick the correct one, we would have gone somewhere else. I feel like we should get some information about Odessa. It might be interesting that Odessa is connected to Istanbul by boat. I'm actually interested in how to get here. Look here, some buyers will pay well for canned scents of rose from Saracen. I heard that some buyers... Well, that doesn't really help. The journey in the luggage van was uncomfortable. Wind whistled through the slated walls, filling the compartment with constant scream. I found it hard to sleep. The thought of where we headed made me shiver worse than the cold. Odessa, a city positioned the back to Russian there. We woke to find we had still not yet arrived. Low hills rolled past, and the trees outside the window changed to thick pine forest, clambering up and down over rocky slopes with the train itself blasted straight through. We passed a border post marking the edge of Russian land, but still we rolled on. Alright, let's sell the magnifying glass. Let's have a heavy storm, I guess. I don't know exactly what we need. Alright, and we don't really know how to get there, so I guess we have to explore a little bit. Okay, we found one to Moscow. Arrived in Odessa in the company of a cold spell and shivered our way through the wide streets. The city could almost be Mediterranean if were not for the wind that blows off the Black Sea and seems to fill your bones with ice water. We explored a little, climbing to the top of the enormous staircase, on which we found several locals sitting and talking and sipping from shared carafes a clear liquid that I do not believe was water. The mood was pensive. We approached the group of drinkers. "We are visitors," I said, by way of greeting. Monsieur Fogg hung back, taking in the surroundings rather than looking at the people themselves. "What would you recommend we see?" "The best site is the one you're standing on," one remarked, while another lifted a vodka bottle, holding it up to his eye like a telescope. "The best views here are through the bottom of a bottle." I asked how long they'd been considering that particular viewpoint, and the man laughed. "All my life, stranger, all my life." "You like a drink?" one of the sops asked me. I felt my master's attention turn upon me. "All things in moderation, friend," I answered soberly. The drunkard stared back at me and then sputtered into laughter. I feel that the cold in this place truly does enter the bones of its people. Relation with Faga strained slightly. Your character is now suave. Alright. Have a lot of stuff. And we can't really go here. I was hoping there was a route there. This doesn't... In 4 days? Negotiate. Oh. That's bad. Hold. Actually really bad. In 4 days? Oh no. We've kind of come to a stop here. Guess we'll have to... It's gonna be so expensive if we take this one though. Let's sleep. As night fell, spent a few hours walking around and found a cheerful Russian mademoiselle who had lost a purse, which I helped to find, and who then, between fits of cursing, let it slip that some buyers will pay well for geometric equipment from Antalya. I assured her we were unlikely to head that way, as which she shrugged. I can't say I disagree. Oh man. Tomorrow. That's so expensive. I mean, we have a lot of money, but it's supposed to last us for a while. That's annoying. I don't know if we're going on dusty roads, but I guess 2 days is okay. We're losing so many days here. That's still very... We want to go here, we don't want to go down here. I was hoping... Okay, we'll tell it up again. Maybe we'll get some lead. Something. Very tiring. Spent a few hours walking around and succeeded only in having my pockets picked to the tune of 23 pounds. That sucks. Tomorrow. We took a room and settled in, and I ran a few errands for the hotelier, earning 89 pounds in fees and tips. Nice. Now let's embark. Cold weather. Okay. We boarded a freight train after reaching a quick accord with its driver, and he threw shut the heavy metal doors. The train joggered away down the track. We were in Russia. Let's converse. Talk a little about Moscow. The Tsar has formed his police, I hear. Talk a little about Sartin. He mentioned range. I've been told Herat can be reached from Iran. Hermitage. Some buyers will pay well for candle scented of rose. Okay. And I don't really know where we want to go then. Never mind that. Bagnor Market. Bye. Oh damn, that's a long route. That would have been good for us. Damn. Maybe we should have went to Istanbul. We passed the time in conversation, which in effect meant that I asked questions only to receive few or no answers from my master. Why were we here? Where were we going? Were we on the run? Why 80 days and not 75 or 93? If there were answers, Monsieur Fogg acted as though I should already know them, and I began to wonder if I understood in truth better than I believed. Perhaps our journey truly had the simplest of motivations, a mere stretching of the legs. Oh, our relationship deteriorated slightly. They are most entertaining, Passepartout. The train rolled on through endless pine forests, passing only the occasional structure. A farmstead here, a water tower, an airship dock. There was so much space that it hurt my eyes to look. Let's read the news. Just 4 attempts round the world adventure. The train rolled into the Russian borderlands and sat by the window watching the lines of wooden houses flicker by. A woman wrapped in headscarves and blankets her way along the street, and men wobbling by on fiery tube contraption, calling out greetings and occasionally crashing into one another. Moscow could be a busy place, I knew, and one from where we could only go yet further into Russia. It was not the capital of the Tsar's empire, true, but it was one of its central hubs and most prized jewels. Let's sell that. This is good for cold. Maybe we'll sell the heavy storm stuff. Buy another scented candle. Now our bags are full. This is probably good to have. I'll sell this and buy this. We want to go here. In 3 days? Why do the trains go like... Oh my lord. Well, either way, we're going to sleep. Moscow was not a comfortable city for a Frenchman. A local composer had just written a piece people were calling the 1812 Overture, commemorating the Russian victory over Napoleon's invading Grand Army in the fateful year. Patriotic passions were at fever pitch. I stayed very sensibly indoors. Alas, my friends, my solitude was quickly interrupted by an officious rap on the door. Two men in clothes so plain that they were most certainly police officers invited themselves in. I had heard of the Okharana, the newly formed secret police which investigated revolutionaries and malcontents. My luck, it seemed, had deserted me, so I resolved to make my own. They asked me my name and purpose, and I answered differentially, keeping to the truth and not raising my eyes from the floor. They seemed skeptical about our journey, which I protested in the strongest of terms. It made little effect upon them, presumably because I was a servant and thus of little account in Tsarist society. At length they nodded. One removed a curious monocle and placed it into his pocket. It seems you are truthful. Crazy, but truthful. Why you travel through Russia, we do not understand. Perhaps you are heading for Valid. Perhaps you have some advice for us. Perhaps we do, the policeman agreed. Vladivostok is close to all but military personnel. If you were thinking of going that way, choose again. They proceed to rummage through our cases, tossing our possessions in all directions, but evidently finding nothing of it. Do not stay in Moscow too long. Russian air does not suit Frenchmen. I took the warning to heart and quite looked forward to departing the Tsarist capital. The character is now zestful. Alright. I want to go here as soon as possible. So we're going to pay. Let's go. We took a freight train to Tsaritsyne, though the line was nominally a spur of the majestic Trans-Siberian. The track was of much older construction and hardly luxurious, let us say. It was quite an imposition for Monsieur Fogg. In fact, a fact which I attempted to temper with deliciousness and care on our journey, though there was little that could be done to shield Monsieur Fogg from the rickety swaying carriage and whistling draught. Relation with Fogg has strengthened slightly. Let's converse. Talk about Tsaritsyne Khan. Well, listen to this. Some buyers will pay well for Jim. Yes, I know. I don't know. Can I like look at the map? No? Okay. Let's try to see if we can find some route. And let's use our apples. Our accent using. Okay, how about Mount Elbrus? Okay, not a lot of information. By the end of the day, Monsieur was feeling almost sorry for himself, or perhaps slightly motion sick from his insistent study of the newspaper. Alright. Let's sell this, this, this. Let's have the fur boots, Kabul, ephemeration posh types. The parts tomorrow. That's good. At 8. It would have been better if it was today, but it's quite late, so it makes sense. I don't think we want to buy anything more that I know of. Yeah, so let's sleep for the night. Though at first glance the river seemed to nourish the port of Saretsyn, in truth its wealth and industry found its source in oil from Baku. Vast riveted iron storage tanks were everywhere, powering combustion engine automobiles and industrial machines alike. I wandered the city, marveling at the warehouses and machine shops, all of which bore the copper lily seal of the artificial guild. The shops were all wholesale or selling heavy industrial goods, and so there was nothing for one such as I to purchase. I was sufficiently exhausted by our heady journey to be nothing but pleased at the chance to while away from some hours in Aritsyn. There was one more curious incident that day. I visited our room at one point to find it unlocked, remembering the intruder I had seen previously and chased away. Oh. Should I check our bags or should I check the corridors? I immediately checked our bags to discover, to my surprise, that we were in fact one procession richer. Someone had dropped or slipped a silver plate cigarette case into our bag. I turned it over with interest, finding an inscription on one side, EH, but it was not clear what it meant and what it might mean. Wait, is this the same cigarette case that the woman stole in Paris? Are they following us? That's so weird. From Saracen to Astrakhan on the border of the Caspian Sea was a short distance, but the train managed to make a great deal of work out of it, puffing its way along the banks of the Volga. First, I'm at your service, Mr. Fogg. Why, my dear Passepartout? Ask about Astrakhan. The mud, they say, has healing property. What else? Have you heard that cat is connected to move by rail? My aunt worked in the suffered fire. Very good. Oh damn, that's a... Holy shit, that's a long route. Holy moly. Huh. Okay. I was getting itchy feet from our sluggish speed. I asked the bartender about journeys from Astrakhan, and he shrugged. The hydrofoil to Theran is good fun, he declared. Though it's a crossing that's so rough, you'd better be prepared. I arrived in the mid-afternoon and went to explore this new town. I see. Let's sell this. Where is that? Over here. I think we want to go there. Oh, the market. So we can go here. Which I think would be good. When does it start? 8 AM. Okay. Well, we have to sleep. The city of Astrakhan sits on the tiptoe of the Russian Bear, where the Volga River empties into the Caspian Sea. I found the people to be most friendly, and I asked their advice on how to continue on from the city. A passing cheerful Bangladeshi madame suggested go to Tehran, went on to remark that the of violence against synagogue were growing worse by the day. What should I do? My time. Run, I am. The response was immediate. You must bathe in river mud. The response was, my new friend showed me to a small hut by the river where vats of fresh mud were available for soaking in. I could not resist the opportunity to lower myself into the vat of mud. I undressed behind a wicker screen and clambered in. The effect, dear friends, was most refreshing. I relished my solitary respite. I decided to try persuading my master to indulge, and threw my clothes back in mud-splattered haste. Mud? I do not think that will be necessary, thank you, Passepartout, he declared firmly. Alas, there was no moving him. Oh, it deteriorated. Oh well. Very dependable. Is we want to go here. And want to go today, I think, first, and the market opened. You have to be quick. I know there was something here. Nope. Okay, then let's just go here now. Oh, no time to think. The hydrofall across the Caspian Sea was a small affair run by one Alexander Sedlov, a keener and more enthusiastic amateur sailor than I have ever encountered. This is your ship, I asked, and we boarded the stowed the luggage away. He patted the side rail of the craft, which wobbled. An ex-military vessel my cousin acquired, he replied proudly. I used to be a clerk, but the lure of the waves took me by the throat and never let go. He demonstrated with one hand around my neck. Now, this is all I do. Never set foot on dry land. Sea legs are my only legs. I looked at his legs, but saw nothing unusual about them. Then he threw the switch on the engine and we were hurled across the water. Literally hurled, as though standing abroad a spinning discus as it leaves the athlete's hand. Let's converse a little bit. We're going to Pera. No, Pera. Yeah. Versus when class airships are the fastest in the sky. Kabul. Kabul Agra. Major characters I've been told. There's city to. Okay, tell me more. Are often thrown with Mexican holiday. Panama City? Sugar canes. Okay. Oh, that's a long yarn. The hydrophone's wind motion did not slow. I put my trust in Monsieur Sedlow, as best I could, following Monsieur Fogg's blessed example. And we waited out a most grueling day. It is the suspension, said of admitted finally. I think it's a little loose. I'll attend to Fog, much appreciated. By the second day, the broken suspension was all I could think about. None of us had enjoyed any sleep. While Alexander kept his spirits alive with vodka-laced coffee, myself and Monsieur Fogg were at our wits' end. I tried to sleep, but obviously could not. After several hours, we came with sight of Baku, and we raised a ragged cheer, as though we had survived a shipwreck. We put into land, rest out the night. After 6 hours of torture aboard the dread hydrofoil, there followed 5 hours more, by the end of which I think there were parts of my body that had seen no blood flow all day. Finally, Captain Sedlow said land. Teheran, he declared. Do not worry, my friends, you will find it a most comfortable place to be. I am glad to hear it, I answered. Sedlow nodded. I am not convinced he really understood English at all. I fancy he spoke it like a parrot. We disembarked and he held out his hand for a tip. I gave him £10. And then we were away. Honor satisfied, we staggered away town. We want to go to Agra. Of course, in 4 days. So, this doesn't leave until in 4 days. We have something that we want to sell here. I don't think so. This we want to sell in Agra, which is a bit away from here. We'll sleep for the night. Tehran was a city of invention and artifice wrapped around ancient grandeur. Lion-door airships floated between the minarets of mosques and church spires glowing golden in the gaslight. I sought out engineers and found them in the cafes drinking heavily sweetened coffee. and raising their innovations across tabletops. I sat with the shard engravers as they took turns to scratch minute symbols on a piece of colored glass. Is that a device? They smiled, and one lifted the shard, turning it this way and that in the gaslight. This is an automaton's brain, or will be once it is complete. It surely is impossibly complex. Detailed, certainly, one woman replied. This is true skill, a young bearded man agreed. Eyes bright behind his jeweled lobe. The artificers only allow those with the steadiest hands to become engravers. Are you all artificers? I asked with interest. We are, but that is hardly enough to qualify us to make automata. A middle-aged fellow by the name of Rafik remarked. Then what qualifications do you need? I asked, leaning forward. In other cultures, Rafik continued derisively, a copper lily may be enough for an artificer to complete their education, but we all apprentice to other guilds and craftsmen. To truly make automata, we must be jewelers, architects, shipwrights, cobblers, doctors, dancers. What does dancing have to do with artificing? Rafik's eyes flashed. What if you desire to engineer a mechanical cabally of grace, where better to look than smooth movements of a dancer's limbs? I swallowed. I think I will look at automata differently now. We'll make civilized men out of you Europeans yet, Rafik flashed me a grin, taking the sting out of his words, and we clinked our coffee glasses together. Someone further in called out, to the Shahan Sahan. And we all raised our cups, and some wag added, may we live forever, under the watchful eye of the Prime Minister, and everyone laughed. This is my abiding memory of Tehran. A place where people could be both right and humane, all at the same time, a rare sight in the world of ours. It is a city, I am sure, that will stand forever. Interesting. I want to check out the market when it opens. Because we have time. Let's see here. Russian timetable. Traveling coat. We're going to Agra. So this might be good. Let's buy this on the Russian timetable. I mean, that is... Okay, let's see. New routes. Oh? I mean, that's good. We're not really going there. I don't... I might sell this again. Or maybe I should still... Maybe I should have kept is tomorrow. Tomorrow is fine. Then we can explore. On a new route. To say the capital of the Persian Empire is modern would be to deny the unparalleled glory of its ancient monuments and palaces. The Choir Bahas ruled over an empire almost constantly at war. Though you would not know it, as I walked the streets, I felt safer than I might along the banks of the Seine. The city is garden of culture and art, protected from the skirmishes along its borders. I sat in the cafes with poets as they dueled each other with words and competed for patronage. Okay. Going to Kabul as well. We made it go tomorrow. I don't know if we need the cold climate anymore. We'll go now. Kamertage. A black metal horse reared from the prow of the Kamertage, a masterpiece of Ottoman style powered by a new type of Persian engine. It ran from Istanbul through the Persian Empire all the way to the British frontier city of Kabul. I was sorry to be leaving. We seemed to have a good time there. A place of true possibility. Still, Kamertage left us in no doubt that we were leaving. Its engines fired and we rocketed away along the rails. Let's converse a little bit. To Agra. I've heard there is a regular service to Chicago. I don't really know where we want to go from Agra. Oh. Right. One of the Armenian porters nudged his Pashtun friend and muttered something uncomplimentary as he watched me struggle to load our things into the luggage car. I focused upon my task, but they continued to stare at me in discourteous fascination. You look very strange for a servant, said the Armenian fellow, whose name turned out to be Abadjian. Am I tall or am I or is I don't know. I want to be tall. I looked down at my serviceable ensemble. Oh, I thought I was looking. Well, I am a strange sort of servant, I admitted, thinking on the unconventional services I had performed for my master since we had departed London. They only laughed pityingly in response. Monsieur Abidjan tucked a purple lamb's wool a shima around my neck. Perhaps this will help, he said, rather hopelessly. I stroked the soft fabric as I returned to my compartment, where Fogg made no comment, distracted by the whistles and shouts which marked our departure from Tehran. It was only later that I made a shocking discovery. When I returned to our cabin and looked through our bags, I found the brass astrolabe had disappeared. I stopped a nearby attendant and demanded an explanation, but was met with blankness. No one had been seen entering or leaving our cabin all day. Is there another way into the room? I asked, puzzled. The attendant shook her head. Not unless your thief had wings, she replied, gesturing out of the far window. I returned to the room to search, only to find another surprise waiting for me. Black rose, led with some care across my. I lifted it up gently. It was the exact cousin of the rose found by the man on the train from Paris. I could not believe it. We had fallen victim to none other than Europe's most notorious jewel thief. When I saw Monsieur Fogg, I informed him of the incident, and he nodded deeply. The Black Rose, he remarked. You must keep a tighter watch on our things, Passepartout. I would dislike us to become figures of interest to such a character. Huh. Speaking of carriages, I understand one can travel by hired cars from I would not hold out to hope, monsieur, but tell me, would you like some more advice on your dress? Yes. Ah, you must have confidence in yourself, Passepartout. That's what. Voltaire? Or that you can pick up pen and mirrors. Okay. I walked to the gentle rumble of the train and dressed quickly, deciding to. Wind the scarf around my neck in dashing style. Monsieur Abadjian was entirely correct in his sartorial. The color suited my complexion very well. Herr Fogg took one look at me and raised an eyebrow. Very vibrant, he remarked. It was a gift, I said, with a smile. You do, he said dryly, have a great facility for making friends. Did I catch a wistfulness in his tone? The thought shocked me. Did my cold-blooded master wish himself more gregarious? I could scarcely credit it. Oh. Does he have many friends? I don't know. I guess maybe not. So do you, Monsieur? I lied stoutly. Okay, I guess he doesn't. Though my master tended to accumulate his with partners and passing acquaintances rather than friends. Was his only reply before he turned away and fixed his attention upon the passage scenery that Kamertaj pulled into Herat, on the border of the Persian Empire and the frontier of British Indian colonial lands. Our relations strengthened slightly. Read the news. Experimental hovercrafts tool. from Yokohama. Oh. Oh, damn. That's a good route, if we can get there. We had our papers inspected by a Persian custom officer with a pair of magnificent extending spectacles. Made of polished brass and engraved with Farsi script along the arms. He inspected our documents while turning a small lever behind his ear. A pair of smoked glass lenses slipped over the clear ones, and he inspected our documents once more. "You're widely traveled," he remarked. "We are traveling around the world," I blurted, and could nearly hear my master refrain from rolling his eyes. "Oh well, it is none of my business," the official remarked philosophically. "Your papers are in order. Good luck with your travels." We repeated much the same experience with the British customs official a few hours later, and so we arrived at Kabul, thoroughly inspected and officially stamped. Okay, let's sell the cigarette case. Are we going to Calcutta? Oh, we're going to Agra, so we could buy that. Let's see. We could go to Calcutta. Because why not? Valuable homes. We're not going to Agra. Depart for Agra tomorrow. Alright, then let's explore a little bit. As we explored the city, we were rather unceremoniously seized by a score of British infantry and marched along the walls of Kabul, up the mountain ridge and to the fortress of Bala Hisar. Monsieur Fogg protested our treatment, and I joined my voice to his, though my outraged tones rather outmatched his calm ones. We were presented to a small what is this word? Bespectable. Bespectacled gentleman in a palatial office which looked rather more like a court, despite the piles of books and surveyor's equipment covering the floor. He gave us a glance over his spectacle rims. "I am Mr. Smith, second assistant political officer to the British mission here. I do not have the pleasure of your acquaintance." "You have a fine office," I remarked. Alas, my friends, I felt no contortion at my rudeness, for we had been ill-handled and I was entirely out of temper. Mr. Smythe blushed. "The Durian kings built Bala Hisar as a palace fort. It is a little opulent for its current use." "That is beside the point," my master interjected sharply. "I am Mr. Phileas Fogg, and this is my wallet passepartout. I am a subject of Her Majesty, passing through Kabul with no small urgency." "Urgency?" The political officer's eyes flashed behind his lenses. "Pray expand a little upon the nature of this urgency, Fogg." He had the measure of my cool-eyed master. That much was certain. Monsieur Fogg was not used to being on the other side of the interrogation table. I watched Monsieur Smythe closely as Monsieur Fogg explained his wager and our resultant breakneck trip around the world. I could see Smythe growing more astonished with each word. Finally, he took off his glasses and tapped them on the table. Were you Russian or Persian spies? He said. You would have a more plausible story. You go too far, sir, I broke in, abandoning common sense. My master, an Englishman, through and through. He probably dreams of Queen Victoria every night. Monsieur Smythe's eyebrows raised in an eerie mirroring of my master's expression. Then he cleared his throat. A friend of mine is traveling to Omsk. I'd consider it a great favor if you accompany her. Particular friend. I winked. You could not say that, I suppose. She is very particular. He short. Let's think on it. He dismissed us and returned to his papers without a second glance. Quite a commanding fellow for a mere second assistant political officer. But interview file deteriorated somewhat. The character is now organized. Omsk is so far though. And we're going to Calcutta. I don't think we're going to go there. Going here. I don't think we're in cold climate anymore. I could probably sell these. To get some more base. Although, not much. Not going to. We're going past it. But our plan is to go here. Yeah. So let's go to the hotel for the night. With the last light of the evening. I tended to Monsieur Fogg, providing him with a haircut with the intention he would have a comfortable night. Good. Then let's go to Agra. Higher extra space. We hired a mechanical palanquin for the journey and clambered abroad. What is your wish, man? Passepartout? Talk about it. What is the perk? I have made a hefty wager and I lose. Have you discovered anything in Agra? I have heard modern day artificers have no idea how Agra is powered. Ask about singing. It says you can pinch. Question it. Good to know. The Grand Trunk Road stretched from Afghanistan to Bengal was an trade route. The Mauryas had once used it to trade with the ancient Greeks, and now the British had repaired and restored it for their own purposes. Mechanical palanquins laden with trade goods jostled alongside troop transports and heavy thick steams carriages imported from England. All were brightly painted, each one bearing an individual's mark. I had no doubt the traders and drivers, and perhaps even their families, had mixed their own sweat with paint. The day's journey passed quickly, a blur of color and sound, and it was only as the sun dipped down below the horizon, the palanquins lit their phosphorescent lamps, that I realized we had reached the city of Lahore. Relation with fog having slightly. It was only a short distance from Lahore to Delhi, and we had been promised it was a particularly well maintained stretch of road. I played with Monster Folk, a pack of cards he had conjured up from somewhere. Mechanicals bearing our palanquin were so steady they barely jostled us at all. I won several rounds in a row, which seemed to please my master. "You are improving," he said, giving me a nod. An afternoon well spent, though I was not sorry to see the ancient fortified walls of Delhi appear out of the haze and dust ahead of us. We continued on. I was weary of being on the road for so long, despite the remarkable city sights we had seen since departing Kabul. Yet when Agra came into view and tossed aside my remembrance of my journey upon the ancient Grand Trunk Road, at first I only saw the white marble magnificence of Taj Mahal. Its towers nearly touched the clouds. Oh, I had heard rumors, of course, but the truth of the vast walking city perched high atop its pillar-like mechanical legs left me with only one question. What would it feel like when it walked? I suppressed a shiver as I regarded our marvelous destination. Alright. Let's sell this. At a false teeth? I mean, we're going to Calcutta. Oh man. It'd be good to have. Sure. Let's explore. Very good. That's exactly what we wanted. The perambulatory city of Agra was itself a wonder. The Mughal Emperor Shah Jahan had wished to build a monument to his great love, Mumtaz, and instead of a mere building, had commissioned a rowing city. Vast white granite magnificent Taj Mahal perched on the plateau atop its jointed fortified legs. Fitting monument to great love, one that my Frenchman's heart could not disapprove of. Her sovereignty was a contested matter. The British had laid claim to her, but she passed through independent territories on her prerogations. There's so many words in this game that I'm like, damn, these are hard to say. uh, how can one claim to own a city which moves from place to place? It is as ridiculous as notion as planting a flag upon the moon. As for me, I was just glad she worked. Her safety record was unimpeachable, if one did not count the occasional sleeping farmer crushed beneath her granite-clad foot. Oh my god. We boarded Agra at noon. She would begin walking Calcutta when the sun set, taking us with her on her unwearying circuit. Okay. That's cool. Let's check marketing. I don't think there's for us, so I guess let's embark. Ooh, high temperature. Oh, that's so cool! It's a moving city. One of the scarlet-cloaked city officials rang a brass bell, answering tolls echoed from all corners of Agra. While the sound still echoed in my ears, the city lurched underneath me. Tilting first to the left, then abruptly to the right, we were off. The walking city had begun its circuit. Settled down into a regular rhythm after a few tottering steps, and by evening I barely noticed the slight tilt and yaw, developing a kind of... I think it's good if we attend to fog, because this is going to be a tiring journey. Truth be told, the sound was more difficult to accustom myself to than Agra's multi-joint gait. Her granite-clad feet pounded into the earth with enormous shuddering crashes that could be heard even from our rare station. I stayed in the city center. The plateau atop Agra's structure had been covered with a thick layer of fertile mud and planted with grasses and flowers, though you could see the iron underneath where a bush had been dug up. A few birds even perched in and sang bright melodies and darted between the trees, or launching themselves at some invisible unheard signal, all at the sky. They wheeled and glittered against the blue, and as I watched them, I was almost able to believe I was in a real metropolis, and not several hundred feet in the air, atop a migrating city with an engine for a heart. That's so cool. My master and I took a turn about the top deck. Marveling at the glistening white marble edifice, the Taj Mahal, bounded by clear blue water and manicured gardens. A photographer had set up a booth on the lawn and was doing a brisk trade, taking phototypes of families posing in front of the magnificent monument. It was so quick. He developed, fixed, varnished, and handed the phototype to the customer in a matter of minutes. He glanced over at me appraisingly. Photograph? He asked in a impassable French. £10. Maui. I agreed, and then glanced at Monsieur Fogg and invited him to. He glanced at the photographic apparatus with evident suspicion, and then at my hopeful expression. Very well, he said shortly. I stared at him, mouth agape, for a full 20 seconds. I had not imagined that he would agree. We posed beside each other as the photographer made his equipment ready. I could barely keep the grin from my face. There was a blinding flash of white light, and by the time my vision had returned to normal, the ferrotypes was already being pressed into my hands. A handsome article in some light. I can almost see the barest hint of a smile upon my master's lip. I tucked the ferrotype into my pocket, and we continued about our promenade. Your funds have gone. But that's fine. That's so cute. Yes, we'll wait. Oil shortage strikes. Well, good that we're not going that way, I guess. I was taking a small, digestive walk after a substantial breakfast when I saw a young lady in a bright pink sari and yellow-lensed goggles pick herself over the outer railings. I leapt across the deck and immediately entangled myself in some coils of rope which toppled me onto the railings in a slightly less heroic fashion than intended. I peered over the edge, bracing myself for a traumatic sight, but the woman waved up at me cheeringly, suspended from the railing by a length of thick hemp rope knotting around her waist. I waved back, though my fixed expression could hardly have been described as nonchalant even by the kindest critic. The woman sought me out at luncheon, by which time I was much recovered, and she introduced herself as Daya. You must tell me, what were you doing? I guess in some socket bones, obviously, she replied. What in heaven did you think I was doing? Yes, exactly that, I answered. Simply happy this particular story ended so well. She grinned. I must admit, I waited for you to show up before I jumped. An excellent performance. I could not fault her theatrics. She bowed. I'll make it up to you. Agora is a big city, and all the good stuff is below decks. I'll take you down tomorrow, if you want to do more than sightsee. She swept away into the crowd, leaving me to contemplate her challenge over my. Of course, I stayed. Why not go below the deck? Let's do it. I went below decks. I am a man who cannot resist a challenge. Daya told me of some of the history and layouts as we descended a series of stairs of increasing wickedness. The upper deck was devoted to the Taj Mahal and surrounding pleasure gardens which housed the tourists and wealthy pilgrims. And was perhaps but 1/10 of the population. We passed the rest as we descended until we suddenly stopped. My guide raised her hand. None of the engines was vibrating through the floor. The walls were highly polished, inlaid with jasper and sharp calligraphy. Then opened a pair of carved doors, saying, with grave ceremony, "Welcome to the lower city." I blinked my eyes against the light, and as they adjusted, I saw where we were. We had come to a township built within the echoing bowels of the city, complete with shops and residences and even children playing games on the street. though these children tossed adjustable spanners and brass rings. I Shai threw a ring at my feet and shyly approached as I reached out to hand it back. The ring, I saw, was old and engraved with measurement. A kneecap, Daya said. We go through 5 or 6 every decade. Daya was clearly a well-known figure and introduced me to her fellow lower city folk with great pride. Almost everyone wore tool belts and yellow-lensed goggles. Oh, she asked, turning on the spot with hands outstretched. What do you think of my home, Frenchman? It is fantastic, a hidden world, I declared. I could not have dreamed such a place existed beneath the parks of the upper decks. Dia nodded at my response, as if turning it over in her head. The truth is, I think that all cities have a below decks. She said, Agra's is just more obvious, or less, depending. There was something hinted at in her tone, I thought. She smiled weakly. Don't worry, Passport, she murmured. I'm not going to eat you. Madame, But before I could finish my thought, the bells rang out for our stop. The room around me exploded into controlled chaos. Brass goggle men and women pulled enormous levers, threw open iron gates, and shouted instructions at each other in a storm of languages. The city lurched to a halt, and the great heart stilled. We had arrived at our destination, the British city of Calcutta. I never saw Daya again. Aw, that's a little bit sad. Okay, here we're supposed to sell a bunch of stuff. We're selling this. We're selling this. We're selling this. This. And move things. Oh, oops. Where are we going now? I think we're trying to go to Yokohama over here. Somehow. I'm not quite sure how yet. What can we find? Air travel. Heavy storm. I think we're going to air travel in Yokohama. Let's explore, because I don't really out of this town. We can go to Chittagong. Could go to Singapore. Up to Hong Kong. Calcutta was an industrial city which had built its wealth on opium, textiles, and indigo. But that was not to say it uncultured. Oh, I love chai. The chai shops which I passed by were all thronged with affluent papers and discussing poetry and literature and the sticky subject of Indian independence. It seemed a natural outcome of events, and I said as much to be loudly shouted down by several pro-British voices, who in turn were shouted down by those fervently in favor of self-rule. It was certainly a thorny issue, and I wondered if we would be able to avoid all consequences of it. Do you think there will be trouble soon? I asked. Several voices agreed, but then several disagreed. It seemed there was no clear answer to be had here either. Only time would tell. I returned quickly to Monsieur Fogg. So, if we go, I think going here would probably be good. If you could go tomorrow, that would be great. I think and sheets of tin. That's good because we kind of want that. Because we're going to Yokohama is the plan. Not going really. Guess I could sell it. Maybe we want the heavy weather stuff. I'm not sure if like the weather is bad here. Let's go tomorrow. As night fell, I afforded my masters every service, providing him with fresh clothing with the hopes he would have a comfortable night. Good, good, good. Okay, when does this leave? 9 a.m. So I can check the shop real quick. I'll buy this because I'm unsure if it's like... Yeah, I think that's good. We go to Singapore. Seems to be a big ship, so we might not be affected, but we'll see. The SS Thunder of the Upcar line had 10 years previously set the record for the fastest journey between Singapore and Hong Kong, and her captain promised us a journey of 5 days rather than the usual figure of 6. Well, that's good, I guess. Mormon dessert, faster sheep fryer. Alright. I took a turn around the deck, interested in who else I might find aboard. Captain Ong An Lee was a dashing fellow with merry eyes who had run off from his family and joined the merchant navy in Singapore at a young age. The ship was crewed by Lascars, a mix of Indians, Singaporeans, Chinese, and Malay, who all spoke an entirely incomprehensible sailor's dialect, which I found utterly fascinating. I endeavored to pick up as many words of the odd pages as I could on our voyage. Early on the first day, we stopped at the port of Chittagong to take on more passengers. When the captain blew the whistle loud and long, full speed, he declared, "You'll see." Let's converse. Greetings. Tell me about Singapore. Has a bad reputation, but it's a decent enough place. I don't know. Stone Town? How about Brisbane? Probably. But some buyers will pay well for evening jackets from Brisbane. Now, anyway, does the scene ever flood? Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. Every year where I come. Hmm. Or Machu Picchu? Or that would not be possible. Colombo? Sorry, I have to run. Goodbye. We dined at the captain's table. He made his toast and then asked Monsieur Fogg outright whether he was an opium trader, and I his I leapt in to deny this accusation, vehemently committing rather a breach of etiquette in the process. Captain Ong guffawed and commanded our glasses filled once more. It is a profitable business, he advised. A man can make his fortune in opium if, and he addressed the last to my master, he is not squeamish. Morals are not squeamishness, I replied coldly. The opium trade profits through addiction and exploitation. Men and women choose to become addicted. Captain Ong disagreed calmly. I believe in freedom. The people of China are not children that we need an over-anxious parent. Monsieur Fogg gave me a quilling look before turning to the captain. Your business is your own, Captain Ong, as long as you conduct me to Hong Kong in 10 days as agreed. Captain raised a glass. Fear not, Mr. Fogg, I have anxious customers awaiting my cargo after all. Oh, he didn't like that. Well, we're getting off in Singapore. I woke thinking of croissants. Not just any croissants, my friend, but the croissants made on the corner of the street where I grew up. Delicately crisp on the outside, gilding within, I could smell them. Almost feel the texture of the pastry on my tongue. I was so lost in contemplation that I was very nearly late to attend my master's shave. Soit alors. Then, as I prepared for my toilet, I felt a hand grab mine and pull me around. I found myself staring into the face of a young lady. How can I assist you? I asked, firm but polite. You are Mr. Phileas Fogg, correct? The lady demanded. Why do you ask? So you are then, she nodded. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am merely his wallet. She shrugged. Good enough. She sat herself down on the corner of my bed, with no small familiarity. I've been following your adventures with some interest, she continued. Then, smiling, she reached into her jacket for something, a flower, petals as black as ink. The press call me the Black Rose. But what are you doing here? Well, she sighed. You're hardly making me feel welcome. She twirled the flower stem between her fingers and giggled. I could only stare in amazement. You're a thief, I declared. Not just a thief, she replied. I am the thief. The most celebrated thief in Europe, perhaps the whole world. Certainly, I intend to expand my field a little. So what do you want with me? I demanded. Now that's the question. I've been following your journey quite closely. Doggedly, you might say. And I think we can help each other. Keep talking, I murmured. She smiled. I have set my heart on quite a special prize, and I think this particular escapade might be something you consider to be more acceptable. Less. I waited for her to continue. You know of the Artificers Guild, of course? Of course, I replied. We are most reliant on artificers and their creations. He nodded. Then you'll know the guild is a peaceable organization with no political aspirations. but I have been following their actions for time, and I can tell you that not only is this not the case, but also they are amassing considerable power and wealth. And I suppose it is the wealth that you are interested in, I replied bitterly. The wealth is interesting, she agreed, but money is the venom of the viper. If you draw it away, the creature is quite powerless, he nodded. And I, for one, do not wish to live in a world that dictated over by artificers and their automata, which is why I have uncovered their weakness, and I intend to inflict an injury upon it. But what has this to do with me? You are, I think, uniquely placed to assist me. Let me explain. She perched herself by my side. I have learned that the wealth of the artificers have grown beyond what they might keep in banks. Anyone without raising and paying large sums of taxes, so they have begun in secret to store it away in a vault of their own devising. I shook my head in despair, disliking where this was headed, but she continued to talk. Their wealth is stored inside a floating fortress, kept in constant movement on the Atlantic so that as to avoid detection or the attention of pirates. It never comes ashore, but is refueled by gyrocopter. Her eyes twinkle with excitement. Horse patrol. It is entirely unmanned. If we can get more fraud in there, will be nothing to stop us taking the gold for ourselves. And you require the assistance of a wallet, I finished, with some sarcasm. Forgive me if I am suspicious, mademoiselle. I need you, she said, because I believe you will be able to convince the artifice to allow you aboard. This is an interesting offer. But I don't need the money. Why does she want the money? I mean, I guess it's to stop the Artificer's Guild, but why does that concern us? And why on earth would they allow that? Because you are going around the world in 80 days. You are wallet of Phineas Fogg, and your wager is the proof of the progress that the Artificers worship. In short, they will allow you to aboard their boat because they like you. But surely they would not risk their secret getting out. Trust me, she replied. Everything will be arranged. I'll see to it. You just need to get yourself to shore ready for the next time the ship comes into dock. I don't think I want to aid her. I also don't want her to be mad at me. And where is that? She grimaced. I confess I do not know yet. But I will discover it and let you know in good time. Watch out. Watch for my word. Then the moment broke, and she laughed with relief. Good night, my good John Passepartout. I must say, it's a relief to show myself to you finally, but you will not see me again for some time, I think. We do not want to compromise your reputation. And with that, she slipped away into the darkness, more fluidly than I could have imagined possible, and I was left stunned and fearful to my very core. Heart is now suave. Yeah, I would also be quite scared. I guess let's read news. Query mysterious. And is that me? The Lascars who made up the crew seemed to find me an object of great curiosity. I found them curious in return. My attempts to learn a few words of their cobbled together tongue were met with howls of good natured laughter. A young Malay shyly asked me what Paris was like. It is beautiful, I said cautiously. The sea glitters like a snake. The theaters spill light and color onto the streets. The cafes are full of men and women debating and drinking endless cups of coffee. There are beautiful women and beggars all on the same street. He looked at me curiously, took a deep breath, dissatisfied with my answer. Never mind my thoughts. Perhaps you will see it yourself one day. She nodded, accepting my answer. I doubted she would ever set foot. Today we stopped at Singapore, on the southernmost tip of the Malay Peninsula. Singapore had been British for many decades, and from the harbor it seemed almost as if some little town in Kent or Surrey had been shipped piece by piece and reconstructed on this far shore. We slipped ashore without saying farewell to our crew and right, we want the tin sheet. We can fill this here. I don't know if we're going to be where it's warm. Try that. We're not trouble not to talk so loudly yourself and nice night. That's exactly what we wanted. That is also okay. So many routes. Guess we don't really this. So I guess dead. And let's explore. Or I guess we went to a hotel. Singapore was a British colonial port owned largely by Chinese, Malays, and fueled by rubber export banks. I walked along the harbor front and spied brightly painted airships and well-rigged boats heading for distant ports. I inquired about vessels headed for Manila in the Spanish Philippines, and one of the Malay sailors pointed direction a little steamy. He goes to Manila, he said, and then cocked his head. Are you a Spaniard? I am French, monsieur. Truly, I was growing tired of being so thoroughly misidentified. The sailor shrugged. Heard that there's a cholera in Manila. If you are not a Spaniard and have no business there, maybe you should avoid it. He shrugged. Then again, you rich people do whatever you want, so why am I bothering? Thank you for the warning, I said politely, not wanting to insist on my lack of wealth to the man wearing rough clothes upon a body bent with labor. The sailor jerked a nod and went back to his companion, leaving me to contemplate his advice upon the Singaporean dock. We want to go here. Can we not go there? Let's explore a little bit. I took a few hours to explore, investigating the various options for how we might continue our journey. And we didn't find anything, or we can only go to Manila? Alright, let's go. Don't really have a choice because we couldn't go to Hong Kong. We took passage on a little steam yacht with a cargo hold full of Chinese silk parasols, which the captain assured me would fetch an exorbitant price in Manila. Are the ladies there so shy of the sun? He asked in Spanish. These pretty money makers are only passing through Manila. Captain Amparo, a dark-eyed Filipina of middle years, was unable to keep the glee from her voice. I will sell them to the trader for shipment to Acapulco, where the Mexican ladies will pay all their pin money for a month for just one gaudy parasol. Some rather contemptuous of them, I observed with a laugh. I am, she agreed easily. I have little use for ladies who make little use of themselves. I regard her sensible attire and short hair. I admire your practicality. Captain Amparo laughed companion. That is a skill I have always possessed. I slept well that night aboard the steam yacht, secure in the knowledge that I was being steered by the captain's. Tell me about Manila, Yokohama. I've mentioned steamships. I have been told I knew quite an adventure aboard paddle boat. Honolulu, probably Portland. Huge amount in San Francisco. Things. City. Bye. Oh, we had some ill winds in the morning, but Captain Amparo kept the crew calm and focused, shouting orders at them in a language I did not know. Tagalog, perhaps, as it was widely spoken in the Philippines. We were merely bubbled about a little, until the weather settled. But the worst injury was some seawater clogging my shoes. Will not be delayed, Captain Amparo assured me, perhaps mistaking the cause of my obvious melancholy. Oh no, it's my shoes I mourn, I pointed at the ruined articles. He looked confounded. My god, you are an utter dandy. Do you really care for such appearances? No, I suppose not, I said, after thinking on it for a moment or two. I have been taught to care by society, but as for myself, I am indifferent. Captain Amparo had taken to regarding me as though I were the oddest creature to ever take passage aboard her vessel, and she still looked thunderstruck when we reached our destination. Good luck in Manila, she said, shaking my hand. They will hardly know what to make of you. Uh, 1 p.m. I don't think we need the dusty. But I'm not sure. Let's get cowboy boots. Oh no, did I miss? Oh, it's the Yokohama. Well, let's explore a little bit. Alright. We arrived at the Spanish governed capital of Manila at a most inopportune time. The city had recently suffered the depredations of a major typhoon, and efforts at rebuilding had been stalled by an outbreak of the dreaded cholera morbus. Originated with the sailors of the steamer Ew from the nearby town of Zamboanga. That was the local rumor. In any case, infected establishments were burned daily by the sanitary board, and our hotel one of the casualties. We relocated near the Pasig River, a charming locale thronged with Filipino women in Maria Clara gowns and men wearing the stylish Spanish camisa de chino. Concerned with the possibility of infection, I ensured that Monsieur Fogg drank only boiled water, as recommended by Jon Snow's article in the Medical Times and Gazette, going to the length of preventing him from eating any uncooked foods for fear of contamination. From our window I could see carts piled high with the dead being taken to the mountain to be burned, rather than interred in a churchyard, which put me in a morbid frame of mind. It does not do well to dwell on such matters, however, so I attempted to put the considerations behind me, but the city smells of disease, and I will be glad to leave. The character is now well healed. Yeah, let's stay. Just gonna. I'll those things there. We're going to bed. Spent a few hours walking around and spoke to a nervous French master who had mislaid a locket, which I stopped, and from whom I discovered that some buyers will pay well for evening jackets from Brisbane. I thanked him, and he laughed. We went about his business, I woke in the night with a start. Certain someone was in my room. The Black Rose had returned once more. I stayed in bed, hoping she would leave me to sleep. Nothing stirred, and all was silent. I sat up and turned on the light, but there was no one there. I was quite alone, shivering under my thin sheets, but I was more certain than ever that the rose would return to haunt me soon enough. Alright, then let's go to Yokohama, hire extra space, and let's go. The Sugawara was an Imperial Japanese steamship designed by French engineers, crewed by naval conscripts drawn from all four occupations. Captain Hirosue bows slightly in greeting, and I gave her a deeper bow of respect, which caused her to raise an approving eyebrow. "Welcome aboard," he told us, as the crew raced about, readying the ship for departure. "With God's grace, we will have a swift journey." Tell me a little bit about Yokohama. Anything about that? Yokohama. I think someone's been telling tall tales, but are you clearly? Of course. My dear mama, always in my thoughts. My parents are in mine as well. San Francisco. Buy cotton flowers in San Francisco. Calgary. Have you ever heard that players in Ottawa will pay extremely well for Walrus teeth in Calgary? Tell me about Ottawa. I'm afraid I have to go now. Okay. I encountered Captain Hirosue on deck in the morning and noticed that she wore a katana in a beautifully worked sheath. "What a beautiful weapon," I said reverently, having been swept away by the recent Parisian fashion for his. Captain Hirose ducked her head a little. "It is not a military issue, Gunto," she admitted. "It has personal value to me." Made a sound of encouragement, but she did not take the cue to continue. Well, there would be time enough to get to know the captain better on to Yokohama. First, Yokohama, Manila, Honolulu. All right. In the morning, I saw Captain Hirosue praying at a little Protestant chapel beside the gallery. Not wanting to disturb her, I slipped quietly away. Yokohama harbor was thronged with steamships flying foreign flags, Dutch, French, British, American, even a few Russian ones. The Sugawara was a regal sight as she pulled up to the docks. The captain came to see us off, but more, I think, to ensure that we did in fact leave. Nice. Now we sell this. Yes, we'll buy a katana, because why not? We want to go, yes, to San Francisco. Water Lily. Water Lily was a sleek iron-hulled submarine prototype, captained by a severe American by the Wicker, and crewed by a mix of American, Chinese, and Japanese, who all spoke a kind of salty, purse-studded sailor's English. In addition to the usual compliment, the water lily carried the entire corpse of, corpse of brass-goggled engineers and a brace of submariners on standby. Should the captain call the order to submerge, the rumor was that she had been a slave ship and had only been refitted for passenger transport a good few years after Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation. But I saw no trace of dark past aboard. The crew seemed a happy family and welcomed us into their iron-hulled bosom. Our cabin, while hardly spacious, was adequate to our needs. One of the midshipmen came by to show us how to use the pressure seal in case of submersion, but in all other aspects I looked forward to a peaceful steam crossing. I was not to be lucky. The salty air blew cool and sharp against my face as I opened the door onto the top deck. It was painfully early, and the only passengers were a group of Chinese laborers hunched miserably near the stern. One of their number was vomiting copiously into a bucket. I offered him my own secret remedy, which I had brewed up for just such an occasion. He swallowed it down with a certain dubious desperation, but immediately improved in both complexion and temperament. He thanked me profusely. I asked him about the captain, but with no language in common, communication was impossible, so we settled into playing dice in quiet silence until the sun rose. What do we have? Calgary. I accompanied Monsieur Fogg to a game of whist with a family of American missionaries who were traveling back to San Francisco for a family wedding. My master began strongly, but Mademoiselle Loretta, the eldest girl, had a sharp eye and won several hands in a row. A new round was dealt. I noticed Mademoiselle Loretta is she cheating or smile triumphantly at my master and play another winning hand. The minister's daughter accepted Monsieur Fogg's congratulations demurely, though I saw a flash of something altogether unsupporting in her eyes as she lowered her lashes. I added my congratulations, though I felt something was amiss with the seemingly pious Mademoiselle Loretta. I spent the day in the company of the Water Lily's submariners. They were all hardy men and women who preferred the dim enclosed spaces of the hold to the top decks. Too much sky, one of them said, squinting suspiciously. Her crewmate nodded. All that fresh air. They shuddered collectively, and I suggested a bracing raised boiler room. I impressed them with my physical prowess, coming in a respectable force just behind their commander. He was half Japanese, half American sailor by the name of Davis. "Isumi to my friends," she said, clapping me heavily on the shoulder. "Now a rematch of your choice." "Very well," I declared, and promptly suggested a test of acrobatic skill. Though the submariners were all fit as horses, they had never attempted to, for instance, form a pyramid or walk the length of a corridor on their hands. They competed with me gamely, but admitted themselves outclassed. Commander Davies then applauded. Izumi stood as I took my leave. You're not so bad. Let's converse a little bit. Greetings, mademoiselle. Passepartout, why hello. Tell me about San Francisco. I have heard there are many Chinese in San Francisco. I don't know, Las Vegas? I don't think so, my friend. Now tell me, I think I will marry a Frenchman. Really? Mademoiselle, for a particular one or any? Ah, any will do, so long as they have the vowels. San Francisco... San Pedro? I believe so. San Pedro can be reached from San Francisco by fishing boat, but the journey is a tiring one. Mentioned trains. I have been told Houston can be reached from Cheyenne aboard the Houston and Texas Railroad. Tell me about Houston. Well, listen to this. The quickest way to Houston from here is to go via San Pedro. Alright. Can I... Calgary. I don't want to go to Calgary if possible, but I'm not sure how we would do that. Because I have Katana, which is good in Calgary. Not really air travel. Get rid of the air travel thing. Oh well. I was climbing the rigging as exercise, of course, not at all for the purpose of spying on the crew to appease my own rapturous curiosity, when I heard two of the crewmen arguing in a pidgin mix of English and Japanese. I peered upwards, eager to match faces and expressions to the voices I could make out. They were both Japanese, but one of them was dressed in Western style and the other in Japanese, anten and hakama. As I watched, the trouser-wearing sailor grabbed violently at his compatriot, but missing his footing and tumbled over the platform's edge. Ooh. I was unable to look away as he fell. His body lay still and crumpled on the deck, but I heard his scream in my head for days later. I looked up and managed to catch sight of the fallen sailor's companion, his face still and pallid. Was that guilt in his eyes or merely shock? He slipped away before the captain arrived. And I followed him. He retired to the crew quarters, and I began to hear the sound of desperate muttered prayers. Oh man. Guild spokesman confirms bomb in soup, not aimed at fog. It was not a bomb, but... The Water Lily crew held a funeral for the dead sailor. I was not specifically invited, but felt a sense of responsibility having witnessed the man's fatal plunge. Captain Whitaker led the Christian service with customary grimness. I was surprised by the absence of the American minister, but later discovered that the captain was of a different denomination and considered the missionary and his family only a short step out from heathen. Only half the crew had come to pay their respects. I asked my neighbor about this breach of custom, and she narrowed her eyes. Yothis was a convert, she told me defiantly. The captain taught him to read the Bible himself. The rest of the crew were heathens. They stay away from our godly ceremony. Frog Valet Dapper, full report. Storm. Too exhausted to write a proper entry. Suffice to say, we are still afloat. That night I remembered to adjust the pocket watch as we crossed the international date line and gained ourselves a day. Nice. Greetings, Commander Davies. San Francisco to Salt Lake City. Maybe you can buy revolvers in Salt Lake City. Tell me more about Salt Lake City. Alright. Yesterday's storm hit us with little warning. One moment I was mending one of my shirts with careful stitches. The next, we were being tossed from one end of the cabin to the other. We were only lucky that our beds was securely nailed to the floor. Rain clattered against our iron hull, nearly drowning out the shouts of the crew. The storm lasted nearly 6 hours and blew us far off course. The captain spent most of the day peering at his charts, trying to locate our position. There is no land anywhere upon the horizon. Oh no! Where are we going? To Honolulu? Oh man. The captain announced a change of destination. Water Lily would now make for nearby Hawaii rather than San Francisco. We would make port in Honolulu in 5 days and would have to find our own further on the end there. Once her fog's lips pressed ever so slightly together, a rare outward sign of entirely understandable annoying. This, my master said, will not do. Indeed not, sir, I agreed, not even daring to calculate the delay and expense our unexpected diversion would cause. Mr. Fogg gave me a cool, appraising glance. Captain Wicker has renegated on his word as a gentleman, he said curtly, before lowering his voice to an almost furtive undertone. The course is clear, we must mutiny. I opened my mouth to agree wholeheartedly, but he continued on without as much as a pause. See to it, Passepartout. Use your natural charm, I interjected brightly. Quite, he said, with the agreeableness of a gentleman who has just given his wallet a near Herculean status. We will mute in 5 days. When we reach Honolulu, make your preparations if it. Greetings, Honolulu, San Francisco. Of steamship. I heard that the child, the retard, always wanted to travel aboard the cargo steamer Santiago to Lima. Salt Lake City? I believe so. I met a woman who once took the Transcontinental Express from San Francisco to Salt Lake City. Can you get to, I don't know, Burlington? Really, I couldn't talk to about it. Speed. He's rather too occupied with them. Okay, after thing. Again. Location still there isn't a lynch. Houston? So sure. This I guess I could use things like playing cards. Give me some info about more about Otto. Guinea pig. Work. Getting so much information from this guy. Sunball? Many options. That's one thing that I like about the game. Like, I've played this before, but I don't think I've ever taken this. There's so many good play this game. My task was clear. I was to foment mutiny aboard the Water Lily. I decided to begin by exploiting the crew's anonymity towards another, divide and conquer, or so their Maman always counsel. Gossip and rumor would be a good way to start, I thought, though such subtleties might also be lost on a crew of sailors, so I decided to the rumors about the Shinto crew members planning a revolt. A few of the more nervous officers started carrying a brace of pistols, but nobody of rank gave the notion of Eden. Greetings, Captain. Salt Lake City. Calgary. Regina. Playing cards. Regina. Winnipeg. New York. Washington. Houston. New Orleans. Atlanta. Okay, goodbye. Got some information. It was with satisfaction that I noted a certain increase in tension aboard the Water Lily. The situation I would carefully have to exaggerate if my master's mutiny was to have any chance of success. Next, I attempted to ingratiate myself with Commander Davis and the submarine, who were rather storm-tossed and disgruntled. There are no storms underwater, the commander muttered, her hair a tangle underneath her cap. We should have submerged, I agree. Captain Wicker risked all our lives. I think perhaps he does not trust your ability as submariners. The commander's face darkened at my assertions. Perhaps you are right at that, she said. Perhaps so. I don't know if I should press it. I took my leave, giving my seed of doubt time to sprout in my absence. Burlington. Very good. I had attempted to suborn the obvious targets aboard the Water Lily, but wars were often won by the unexpected. With that in mind, I turned my attention upon ship's artificer, a tall, rather imposing woman in a short jacket embroidered with the guild's copper lily. Artificers were notoriously neutral in the matter of conflict or civil disruption, but I bribed her with 50 pounds, or rather, I should say I tried to bribe her. She slapped me before throwing the money at my feet. Do not, she warned, towering over me intimidately, ever try to bribe an artificer. Oops. I thought since they were hiding money, maybe that would work. I spent the day putting the last finished touches to my planned mutiny. It was a matter as delicate and serious as the creation of a souffle by a master chef. Been word of signal amongst my allies, and stayed up late, ensuring every man and woman on my side was true. Do I even have anyone on my side? Fog said to have crossed the date line, but will extra day be enough? We reached Honolulu in the dark. The captain took a small skiff into the harbor with a few of his officers, wishing to inquire about repairs before putting the Water Lily into dry dock. Sir Fogg watched the boat for a long moment. Now is the time, he said. I trust everything is in order. I voiced my doubts about the readiness of the crew to mutiny, which caused Mr. Fogg to almost heave a sigh. Let us hope that you are in this case mistaken. With that, my master retreated to his cabin. I called the signal to arms. The Water Lily erupted in chaos. Everywhere was the clash of sabers and pistols. Now and then I heard the shriek of the officer's weapons, but I was not alone. Half of the crew that followed the Christian faith fell in behind me. A rallying cry. They fought their Shinto crewmates, vicious determination, clearing the top deck within an hour. The Chinese laborers rewarded my friendship with steadfast loyalty, thrown themselves into all the desperation of utterly loathed sea travel. And longed to revenge themselves on their instrument of torment in any fashion. They lit fires and tore up and the already sagged sails, causing some welcome chaos. The submariners, led by Commander Davis, charged out of the hold of the ship like a horde of impossibly athletic avenging angels. There was a long, terrible moment when I wondered if their allegiance, wonder at their ally. Then Commander Davis caught my eyes and winked its Izumi to my friends. She shouted cheerfully, driving back any straggler loyal to Captain Wicker. My god, I did have friends. By noon it was clear that all our efforts were for naught, however. No! The mutiny did not have the support and numbers required to those who maintained. Captain Wicker and the other officers time to smother the last flame of rebellion. Master and I begged to be allowed to remain on board, but the captain laughed. I may be a gentleman, he said, but I'm not a fool. It was only due to Captain Wicker's good grace that we our luggage. Mutiny comrades were not treated with such leniency and were thrown unceremoniously below. That was most spicy as we stood up on the strand of the volcanic island on which we found ourselves. Rather badly done. Unfortunately, I could not disagree. Oh, they deteriorated. No. I think we want to go to San Francisco. This is probably fast. Arrives Saturday. Arrives Wednesday. That's because it leaves quite late. Do I really want to go to Calgary? I think I need to. Like, I could sell this there. But apart from that, I don't think. I passed the night here. It was as though Honolulu lived in one indrawn breath, a wheeling swath of sky, white-laced waves and pristine sand bounded by black volcanic bluffs. The town was entirely hidden behind groves of coconut and eucalyptus. We took a short tour. You look, said our coach driver. Hila, like city folk. I was born in Paris, I nodded. My first breath was of her smoke and perfume. So you are, like the great and sleepless city of Paris, always in a rush. He murmured something to the horse, which looked well-fed and high-spirited. As a young man, I went to San Francisco to make my fortune. I too ran and scrambled in pursuit of the almighty dollar. We are neither running nor scrambling, I pointed out with affronted dignity, but I had to look away from Hila's calm look. Our adventure thus far had been somewhat harum-garum. Barely had we placed our toes on dry land that we were depart. I had seen so many wonders. and yet each had been ultimately reduced to another mark in my master's sledge. Do you not wish the freedom to exhale, Passepartout? The coach driver asked. To stop running and simply feel the wind upon your face and the sun was warming you and the sound of the ocean like a heartbeat? I will take my moments where I may, Hila Hila, I agreed. With my master, that is where I find peace. Or if not peace, then surely it is a purpose. And that is much the same. The coach driver sighed and turned his face up to the endless sky. A man may find himself here, he told me, but only if he wishes it. He invited us to his home that evening and fed us dough-like poi and brightly fleshed slices, orange and guava. So I still thought of the marks in Monster's Fog's ledger and the distances we had yet to travel. I knew no peace in Honolulu, but my purpose burned bright and drew me ever forward. We finished our night in Honolulu with a souvenir, a swirling conch shell, collected from the beach as we walked back to our lodging, and the relation has strengthened slightly. I think we want to go to San Francisco. Negotiate that it goes today or tomorrow, but I want this to go today, so do that. Oh, we boarded the steam barge from Honolulu to San Francisco. The scent of ripe bananas pervaded every plank of decked and bulkhead. A sweet and deliciously rotting odor which offended my trained senses so greatly that for many months after I could scarcely look at a banana in the peel. Greetings, Captain. I'll go. On New York. New York, Washington. Dallas. But the rumors is some buyers will pay well for magnetic compasses from them. But answer me this, do you have any yourself? No, I'm not very sure I want them. I've always wanted family first. Houston. Trains are to Chicago on the or London. It's wait line. Okay. Oh man. There is a direct path where we want to go though. Ark, I huffed, attempting to come to my mouth that I ate fried peppers and potatoes at everything smells of bananas. Monsieur Fogg replied that we could not smell a thing, which I took to be early English sense of humor at work. Still, I managed to finish my bracelet. I had to keep up my strength for all this letting after all. I come to export mud as I woke in the middle of the night convinced that someone was in the cabin with me. I stayed very still and listened. It was a long, wave-lapped silence until I heard distinctly a dragging shuffle. I opened my eyes and looked up, my heart beating impossibly loud in my chest. In the darkness I saw the sheen of a pair of eyes gazing vacantly into the distance. Monsieur Fogg, I cried. My midnight visitor blinked and straightened and looked about my cabin in pale surprise. What? Said calmly, pulling his dressing gown closer. Am I doing in your cabin, Passepartout? You would know better than I, monsieur, I exclaimed passionately, rather upturned by his sudden appearance. He took a sharp breath. Seems I have been sleepwalking, he said, his voice almost. I have not done so since I was a child. Please accept my apologies. Would you like to stay for a while? I asked, sensing his agitation. I am awake after all. He hesitated for a long moment. No, there's no need. Good night. No, it deteriorated? Why? I just wanted to ask him if he was okay. Oh well. San Francisco. Again. Captain Kalani was a heavily pregnant Hawaiian woman who found Monsieur Fogg's English accent a source of great mirth. Say something else, she demanded over breakfast. Please, Mr. Fogg. I distracted her with some idle talk, and my master cast me a grateful look, all in a day's work, for a valet of my unimpeccable caliber. I feel like our relationship just goes up and down, up and down. Odessa drinkers supplied by Europeans, report. I awoke to a frantic knocking at my door, and opened it to find Monsieur Fogg actually wringing his hands. Passepartout, he said, his breath hitching. Come quickly. I followed him with grim alacrity, certain that something truly unspeakable was afoot, and I was not wrong. My master opened the door to his cabin to reveal Captain Kalani, red-faced and moaning upon our bed. She turned her baleful gaze in our direction. I am having my baby early, she hissed, sweat upon her upper lip. You must help me. What should I do? I had intended to ask a question, but it came out more like a shout. Will one of you hold my bloody hand and the other fetch some blasted water? She retorted. I glanced at Monsieur Fogg, who said, I will fetch the water, and left me to hold Captain Kalani's hand. Are you in much pain? I asked inanely. She gave me a look so full of venom that I felt a sudden sweat prickling my brow. Then she moaned aloud. Monsieur Fogg returned with a bucket of water, but our respite was short-lived. Captain Kalani parted her knees. One of you, he said authoritatively, must catch the baby. We do it together? Or I can do it. And relinquish her hand to Monsieur Fogg. I tried to compose my expression into something cool and medical and detached, but I fear I met with mixed success at best. After an infinitely long, infinitely terrifying interval, which I had not the means to describe, I felt a hand, squalling red-faced baby, in my arms. I took off my own jacket and wiped the birth fluids from the baby's face, calling it a worthwhile loss, and I gave it to her. It is a girl, I said into the sudden hush. Captain Kalani was sweaty and wild-eyed and utterly exhausted. She held the baby to her chest as though it were an infinitely precious thing. She began to sing to her little girl, a song of whales and ocean waves and airships that hung like moons in the sky. We just delivered a baby. Holy shit. Captain Kalani's indisposition the previous day did not delay us in the least. She had a well-trained and loyal crew who seemed to have collectively adopted her little girl as one of their own. I will call her Jean, Captain Kalani said as we tethered at San Francisco. You are excellent midwives. I was overcome and tucked my head like a boy from the countryside. The name suits her, madame, I said. She will wear it better than I have. I turned towards San Francisco Bay with renewed hope. After all, whatever challenges it offers could scarcely be more taxing than those we have just overcome. Alright. Let's get rid of this and this, sure. And probably this. Maybe Dusty Road. Salt Lake. Or let's have a look. Go to Salt Lake City, or we could go all the way to New York. Maybe going all the way to New York is for the better. I could probably get rid of some of my stuff. Like the heavy storm. I'm not sure though. When does this embark? 4 p.m. I don't have a lot of time. I think we should just go. Because we have to get to New York quite fast so we can like finish our journey. Just a second. Anyway, we were lucky to arrive in San Francisco just in time to catch the inaugural journey, the Transcontinental Express, which would take us to New York in 8 days. Only a handful of stops along the way. Her fog, unfortunately, not feeling lucky, having eaten some rather speculative oysters in the afternoon when away from a watchful eye. Most brought my master cool clothes and weak sugared tea till he announced that he felt much covered. Why did that deteriorate our relation? Oh. I can fix that. Maybe something like that? I'm not sure. The first day abroad was enjoyable enough. American trains could clearly not compete with their European counterparts, but it was amusing to see them try. The posters proclaimed Holman's Palace sleeping cars, but they were not like places to keep cattle and were not. But they were more like places to keep cattle, if reasonably well-to-do cattle. We sipped cool beer as we rattled along a long stretch of desert in the shadow of tall mountains.
I gazed out the window at the endless, lifeless expanse on either side, wondering if humanity would ever occupy this great open space. It seemed unlikely. Our fellow passengers were a curious mix of gold and silver prospectors, homesteaders, farmers from all corners of the world. Mormons, missionaries, soldiers, and stiff necked gentry of various sorts. I have a young black woman with a deep red bonnet and an infectious laugh. A wide smile. Her name was Diana. I am meeting my husband in Cheyenne, she told me. He did construction work in New York, but New York isn't safe anymore. We have enough money to move now. Why isn't it safe? I queried innocently, having only the broad strokes of American news and history. I will not hear of the... You did not hear of the draft riots in Europe? She asked wonderingly. New York has always had Confederate sympathies. And when the Union began drafting New Yorkers, they rioted. They killed and burned black homes. My husband has never felt safe since. But now we're moving to Cheyenne. She smiled, nearly glowing with happiness. I told her some tales of my adventures, which seemed to amuse her greatly. As the afternoon wore into evening and we passed by Ogden, close to Salt Lake City. We watched as passengers disembarked, glimpsing fertile lands and well-tended ranches out of the window of the train. Let's see if we can get some information here. You don't suppose you don't have any idea who my father is? Apologies, sir, I do not. Lisbon. You just said you didn't know, and now he's like, oh yeah, actually. Okay, goodbye. Today, a fellow with a painfully trimmed mustache and impeccable suit approached me outside the lavatory. I made way so you could pass by, but he extended a hand to me. I am Felix Granger, he said. You are a puzzle. I was flattered. Monsieur, moi, humble passepartout. I am no more a puzzle than the sun's rise in the east. I am the simplest of men. Oh no, do tell me how you came to be on the transcontinental, thereby hangs a tale. I can tell, good sir. It seemed a probing question, which made me immediately suspicious of his motives. I made some non-committal answer, but he pressed me further. Finally, I don't know, this man seems sketchy to me somehow. So I think I will excuse myself with some fabricated errand. What a strange, ill-mannered fellow. We stopped at Cheyenne, Wyoming for a few hours in the evening. The trim-mustached fellow disembarked to talk with a 6-foot-tall woman who wore the latest slim-trained skirts and a pistol tucked into her waistband. We watched none the wiser. At luncheon, I asked, one of the women homesteaders, who informed me that she was Esther Humbert Morris, a justice of the peace and indeed the first one in America. She sniffed. Honestly, some women, what's wrong with being a wife and a mother, I ask you? The trim-mustache fellow boarded the train again before the last whistle blew, his face drawn and anxious. Prince Felix? New York, London. Porto Novo? Okay. Goodbye. We were held up by outlaws. They dragged tree trunks over the line and forced the train to a halt before boarding, brandished pistols and sabers. We went carriage to carriage, demanding valuables. I looked at my master, who had a certain glint in his eye, and I did not doubt what he wished. A peaceful and quick conclusion to this grave inconvenience. The lead bandit fired his gun into the air. The name, he declared, is Jesse James. Now give me everything you've got. The saber lifted to my throat. I nodded a fraction, handing over a most valuable item, the katana. The outlaw turned it over with some puzzlement before finally accepting it with a bow. The saber point moved on. Now it was at Monsieur Fognick. What about you? You look good for it. I stayed silent, allowing my master to handle the threat however he saw fit. Monsieur Fogg cleared his throat. I would trouble you to lower your sword, he said. I listened, fearful. You'd trouble me, would you? Jesse James replied. Somehow, I doubt you would. Monsieur Fogg stiffened a little. His eyes narrowed. I could see he was about to do something terribly rash. Or rash. I don't think I should... he just took, the thing I could defend myself with. So I walked carefully. Monsieur Fogg was standing stiff as a post. His sword pointed directly to his Adam's apple. I have boxed for my county, he declared. I covered my eyes. I could not watch. Just at that moment, a group of soldiers headed by the trim-mustached fellow stormed aboard our carriage, pistols drawn. His aim lifted his sword, and held up his hands. I jeered at him as he was led away. Uncivilized behavior, and Monsieur Fogg did not approve, but a great relief of tension all the same. Then the steam engine restarted, and we were soon on our way not much worse for wear, although our valuables were impounded as evidence. We did not have time to wait for the case to come to trial, but the officers compensated us a little, to the tune of £1,000. A few hours later, we reached Burlington. Several passengers disembarked, clearly grateful to be off this dangerous train. Day 60, Monsieur Fogg murmured that night in his sleep. And still some distance yet to travel. So we got some money. Why does it always deteriorate? I thought he wanted to handle the situation. Okay, so now the question is if we want to go directly to London or to Reykjavik first. I guess it depends on what is quicker. Today the entire train was quite subdued, recovering from the hold up and recounting our individual expenses of the event. I listened with great interest to the other tales of small resistances. Indeed, if one were so inclined, one could find heroes in the most unlikely of places. Greetings, Monsieur Durant. Bridge. Goodbye. The train rumbled along towards the east coast. I began to discuss with other passengers how we might depart from New York. It seemed there had been a steamer to Queensland in Ireland, but it had been run out of business by the airship company, which now made the same 8-day crossing in 3. I thanked my informant and went to return to Monsieur Fogg, only catching a brief mutter of something as I walked away. Was there a catch? If so, I did not hear it. Oh no. I thought, so that criminal escaped, huh? We arrived late in the afternoon rather than the morning, owing to the delay caused by the hold-up. I felt a touch of fear as we disembarked. This was New York, and no place for a fine gentleman such as myself. A city of glory, corruption, greed, and industry. A jungle far more deadly than those of the dark topics through which we had passed. Okay. Let's see. I guess we could like sell a bunch of stuff, although I don't think it would. I'll buy this. I missed the chance to explore. Darn it. Tomorrow? I guess we'll stay at the hotel. I trusted to my... I was pickpocketed in New York. I trusted to my unstealable wallet. Keep me safe. It worked charmingly. Bringing the thief cropper just as they were running away. The yank of the lass is sudden and severe enough to lay them flat. I snatched back my purse and marched triumphantly away until, once around the corner, I collapsed with a deep sigh of relief. A wallet who loses his wallet is no wallet at all. Oh my god, if our money was stolen, we wouldn't be able to go. So that's good. The shock passed and I made my way back to our hotel before anything more untoward could befall my delicate person. That's good. And I think we should go with this. We left New York aboard the Henrietta, an old Confederate ship converted to a transatlantic mail carrier. We could reach London in 3 days, barring any unexpected delay. We can earn a little from buying and selling next. Very good. The ocean tore along beneath us. I enjoyed talking to no one. There was nothing I needed to know, no one to charm, flatter, or beguile into giving us aid. There was only the wind and the time, and we could control neither. Parspatou, my master demanded. Make us go faster, if you would. I don't think we need to go faster. I approached the captain. Faster, you say? You're crazy. We would explode. We want no risk, no danger. Then I promise you, you will be in London in 2 more days. Shaved mustache. Okay. Notre Fogg looked out of the observation deck windows with perfect calm, and there was no reason to be concerned. We were safely within our 80-day window. I could not wait to stride into the Reform Club and claim our prize. I went for a walk along the deck to clear my head, and turned a corner, to find myself face to face with the Black Rose herself. Parspatou, she declared. You rogue. You and your master were too fast for me. Mademoiselle, I declared warmly, but I was met with nothing but coldness. I let you down, Parspatou, she said. I failed. The artifice is secret. It was too secret for me to discover. I could not have helped you regardless, I told her. I had my duty to my master. Of course. Your presaged aristocrat, she sneered. Your loyalty and your petty wager won't save him. You'll see. The whole world is on the point of tipping. As she spoke, she leaned out dangerously far, and I readied myself to grab her coat. Do not despair, mademoiselle. There are no cause for it. Her face whipped around, tear-streaked. Oh, Parspatou, do you think so? I am sure of it. Perhaps you are right, she shook her head. It's funny. I've never worked with a partner before, and you weren't any good at all, really. But it was nice to think for a while that maybe not everything rested on my shoulders. You are the most famous thief in Europe. You will rise again. Perhaps. Perhaps it is time to settle and write a narrative of my adventures instead. Right now, I am not sure. I am not sure about anything anymore. It is not so bad. Is it not? I wish I could believe that, Passepartout. I wish I could believe as you do. She shook her head. No, for now I am afraid I feel quite lost. Oh, should I ask her to come to London? Come and find me in London, I said. There was a moment of uncertain pause, and then she nodded. I will do, she replied. You and I, we have not worked our last together. Oh no. I withdrew then, leaving her staring into space, planning this future we might share, and I returned to my cabin where I found I was shivering, no doubt from the cold air and the whistling winds. We tethered at the airship dock in Hyde Park and felt, for the first time in 66 days, the feel of English soil under our shoes. There was no sign of Mademoiselle Estelle anywhere to be seen as we headed away to find a cab. At long last, we had returned to London, and in good time to win the wager. We did it! Oh my god. I seized my master by the collar and threw him into one of the steam carriages idling in the banks of the Serpentine in Hyde Park. There is no need for such unseemly haste, Passepartout, my master noted, but I was a man possessed. The carriage barely shuddered to a steam hissing stop before I dragged my master from his seat and up the steps to the imposing doors of the Reform Club. I released him only when we reached the great saloon, where my master's erstwhile friends stood from their chairs, gaping in an attitude of great shock. Monsieur Fogg only straightened a little and said, in his calm voice, "Gentlemen, here I am." The room erupted in cheers. Where had the crowd come from? Had they followed us inside from the street? I had scarcely noted them. I realized, as though a spell had suddenly broken, that we had succeeded, and my master had won £20,000. With the 4,000 we began with and our remaining funds, it was in fact a profit of over 24,000, a superb outcome. My heart began to beat again, and I saw for the first time the grand interiors of the Reform Club, which had no doubt remained untouched since its founding some 30-odd years ago. The most advanced piece of technology within was a gilded clock set upon the mantelpiece. A few club members were muttering about the impropriety of alighting in front of the club from a steam carriage. One of the club butlers was just taking from our case the ferrotype from Agra. To go above the bar, I think. A few fine souvenirs of your adventure, Mr. Fogg, sir. It looked quite fine there, and I smiled with pride. I pushed my way through to Monsieur Fogg, who had nearly been swallowed by congratulatory crowds. You have won the bet, monsieur, I told him, as though saying it aloud once more would make it more real, and then repeated the sentiment again for good measure. Any gentleman would be fortunate to call you his wallet, Monsieur Fogg said, and I knew that from him there could be no higher praise. Mr. Fogg, one of the journalists in the crowd cried, interrupting our conversation. What next for the great adventurer Phileas Fogg and his loyal valet Passepartout? My master looked at me. I laughed wildly. We will circumnavigate the globe again, of course, only in the other direction. I looked around at faces of the assembled crowd as he spoke, and for a moment my gaze settled on a figure with flashing eyes gathered at the back of the crowd. He held my eyes for a moment, then nodded towards a side door and slided through it. My breath came in short bursts. Monsieur Fogg refrained from rolling his eyes. I believe, he said, with great deliberation, that tonight I will have supper and go to bed. Come, Passepartout, it grows late. I think I should follow her, right? He left one way, and I another, following my rose into the dark. Your journey around the world is complete! Celebrated Englishman Phileas Fogg wins round the world wager. Journey completed in 66 days, despite failed mutiny en route to San Francisco, the attention of the notorious thief, the Black Rose, and American train robbers. Woo! We finished! And we won a bunch of money. We had a passionate manner. We had a fair. Alright. Well, that was fun. But with that, we just finished the game. I had a bunch of fun. And I think it's time to end this stream. So have a great day or evening or morning, whatever it is. And I'll see you guys next time.